Are you well?
I'm okay. What's up? Hi, please.
All fine for today? Checking in on today.
I know, definitely.
Ambuza, Merry Christmas.
You don't have a mask on.
Councillors, can you please take your seats? I'm going to start now. Councillors, good morning and welcome to all aldermen, councillors, officials, media, and the guests present here today. I also wish to extend a special welcome to all the dignitaries and guests. I request that we observe a moment of silence before we proceed. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. This meeting was called in terms of Section 29, subsection 2 of the Municipal Structures Act number 117 of 1998 to establish the Council of the City of Cape Town and elect the office bearers thereof. Before we proceed, I would like to mention a few important matters. In terms of COVID-19 regulations, the officials have ensured to adherence to these. You are therefore requested to strictly observe all COVID-19 requirements throughout the meeting to ensure that the safety of everyone present today. Should there be a need to evacuate the chamber in an emergency, officials on duty will guide you. In such an event, kindly cooperate with the staff on duty who will direct you to the nearest emergency exit. Councillors, I trust you have all registered as you enter the chamber and banqueting hall, where you would have been issued with either a white or a yellow sticker after registration at these respective venues. If you receive a white sticker, you must be in the chamber. If you have a yellow sticker, you must be seated in the banqueting hall on the 5th floor. It is imperative that you are in the correct venue, especially given the voting process for this meeting. The attendance numbers will be announced once the officials have confirmed this. The totals will be used to record the number of councillors present. I will give the officials a few minutes to finalize the count, and if we are correct, we will proceed with the meeting.
Municipal Manager. Municipal Manager? Yes. Please pardon me because we have not adopted the rules of council yet. Otherwise, I would have referred you to a particular rule of council. But I just want to bring to your attention And I'm registering that as a concern. I think every councillor might have that concern. The first item that you have just dealt with now, and I observed in all other items, the agenda that we have on the section of compliance, we're second guessing whether the document that we have before us is compliant or not compliant, because there is no comment on it. And I think it's important for us as councillors to make sure that the quality assurance in the administration is applied, because this is a public document. Everybody's got access to this document. So if we are not getting an indication whether the document that is before us is compliant or not, then there is a problem. So I am appealing to you as a face of the administration to deal with this issue so that in future we don't get this kind of mishaps. Thank you very much, Municipal Manager.
Thanks, Alderman Sotashe. I don't know which documents are you looking at, because the documents that I'm looking at, they have been signed as legal compliant. So all the documents that are here are legal compliant. They have the signature, those that I have. So all the documents, everything is legal compliant, Alderman Sotashe.
We're just waiting. There's still some councillors registering. So just hang on a few more minutes.
If you can bear with me, councillors and guests, there are still councillors who are registering so that I can get the tally of the councillors who are present in this meeting. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. We are correct. We have 112 in the council chamber and 98 in the banqueting hall. I will give you the total as soon as the other councillors also have registered. Councillors, I have received the following apologies. Alderman Dan Plato, Councillor M. Temlet, and Councillor Y. Mohammed. If I can ask the parties if there are any additional apologies. Any other apologies? Yes, Councillor.
Manager, I would like to request to leave at 11:30 for an examination.
Please, councillors, give me your names. Currently, the system is not
Sorry.
yet registered.
Councillor Ngubelanga for the AIC.
Councillor Rousseau?
Good day, Municipal Manager. I need to leave at 1 because I'm traveling for official business for the party to Johannesburg.
Any other apology?
Yes, yeah. Councillor Damboza here from the EFF, with the apology for Councillor Unatin Dame, who could not make it.
Okay. Councillors, they are being captured as you are informing me. I assume that we are done now with the apologies. Can we proceed? Councillors, we now move to item 3 of the agenda. Election of the Speaker of Council. We will follow the procedure set out in Schedule 3 of the Municipal Structures Act. Before we proceed, please note that of the 231 members of Council, we have As I indicated, 112 here and 98 in the banquet wall. So we'll get the final total. Councillors, while the election processes are underway, the doors to both venues will be locked. Access to and from the venue will be prohibited during voting. At this point, I will explain the voting procedure. Firstly, councillors must remain seated during the entire voting process and refrain from distracting officials during this time. In terms of Section 5, 6, and 7 of Schedule 3 of the Municipal Structures Act, the following, Section 5, if only one candidate is nominated, the person presiding must declare that the candidate is elected. Section 6, if more than one candidate is elected, a vote must be taken by a secret ballot. Each councillor present may cast one vote only. The person presiding must declare the candidate who is. Section 7 makes reference to voting by elimination procedures. This means if no candidate receives a majority vote, the candidate who receives the lowest number of votes must be eliminated, and further vote taken to the remaining candidates in accordance with Section 6. The press are kindly asked to ensure that when voting commences, that they switch off their cameras and recording equipment and vacate the venues. You can leave your cameras here, but make sure that they are switched off. I'll just wait now for the total number so that all the councillors are aware of the total before I decide to close the doors, so that how many people will be voting. Can you bear with me, councillors and guests? Some of the councillors are late. They are still registering so that I can give them opportunity to be the part of this process. If you can give me just 5 minutes, we'll give them 5 minutes. After that, we'll proceed.
Municipal Manager, is there a possibility for the air conditioner to be put up, please, because it's very hot in here?
Well, the officials will do that, Councillor Bressler. Thank you.
Alderman.
Councillors, those councillors who are late, I will make sure that now I'm going to close the doors because everyone should have been here before 10. Can you please, officials, bring me the total tally of the number of councillors, and we will close the doors for those who have not yet registered.
just a minute.
Can we again resume, councillors and guests?
And the press must leave.
We have 217 councillors, 217. Can you please, officials, now close the doors for me so that we are not going to be taking other councillors now? It means they are late. I will ring the bell to commence the election process for the speaker.
Press to leave as well. Press must leave.
Can the press now switch off your cameras and leave the room? You may leave your cameras, but they must be off, please. Amen. Three, Cape Colored Congress 6, CIP 1, CMC 1, DI 1, EFF 9, FF plus 4, Good 8, PA 4, PAC 1, UDM 1, and UIM 1. That makes 217. All parties have received the official nomination forms from the administration. Only nominations made on those forms can be accepted. The nomination forms must be signed by the councillor making the nomination as well as the nominee. I already have one nomination and now call for any further nominations for the position of Speaker. If there are any, please bring this forward to me.
MM.
One councillor is also a nomination form now to fill.
Councillor Makas.
Thank you, MM. Good morning to everyone. Just on the numbers you announced, I think administration should do a recheck because all the ANC councillors are present. We're supposed to be 43, 22 here and 21 there. So there might be one that did not sign or whatever, but we're all here. We've checked in the morning. Thank you.
I'll ask the officials to check the venue to make sure. Councillors, do we still have nomination? I will. So, thank you, councillors. Now the nominations are closed. We have 3 nominations. Candidates for Speaker is Alderman Pages, Alderman Kolan Sotashe, and Councillor Grant Haskin. And they are all duly nominated. Councillors, given that we have received more than one nomination, we will now follow the procedure set out in Schedule 3 of subsection C6 as explained earlier. Since we are operating from 2 venues, the distribution and collection of ballot papers will take a few minutes to complete. Please be patient during this process. It will take a while. All parties have representatives in both venues to witness the distribution and collection of ballot papers. I confirm that there are 217 councillors who are subject to verification to checking the ANC councillors.
217 ballot papers will be handed out.
So 217 ballot papers will be handed out. Officials, you may now commence with the distribution of ballot papers. I again remind councillors to remain seated while the voting is in progress. You will be given 5 + 5 minutes to complete the form before collection. Can you please, officials, start?
Because I didn't hear clearly. Thank you. Yes. Jill. Jill.
Councillors, I understand that there are councillors who did not hear me when I was announcing the names of the councillors standing for Speaker's position. It's Alderman Felicity Peches, Alderman Xolani Sotashe, and Councillor Grant Haskin.
Start collecting the votes. We can start collecting the votes.
Councillors, before we proceed to collect the ballot papers, the officials will open and display the empty ballot boxes to councillors in both venues. Officials, you can now proceed to collect the ballot papers And those officials in the banqueting hall, please make your way to the council chamber accompanied by the VIP staff once all ballots have been collected. Party reps in banqueting hall may, if so wish, accompany the officials while they move to the boxes to the chamber, but will have to again take up their seats in the banqueting hall thereafter.
Okay, so
Councillors, we are waiting now for the ballot papers from the banqueting hall. If I may, at this time, there were councillors who did not register, and we have verified the numbers. ANC, all 43 councillors are present. The total number of ballot papers that were issued is 224, including those councillors that were not registered were found out. So we are expecting 224 ballot papers back. Officials in the banqueting hall, please, we are waiting for the ballot papers. Can you bring them back to the chamber?
Municipal Manager, your numbers has changed from 217 to 224, you said. Can you please tell us, you said the ANC is on 43. What is the DA's number at? Thank you.
We'll give you, Councillor. That's fine. Councillors, I now call Mr. Kennard and Razak to open the ballot boxes and count the ballots. The count will be overseen by the legal advisors, Ms. Syed and Mr. Mohammed. Party whips are welcome to move down to the center of the chamber to observe the process. However, due to COVID, I appeal to all to comply with the required social distancing. I'm expecting from ANC, DA, and ACDP, who have nominated, only those three that I will ask to come forward.
operate die mesin langsung? You operate die mesin langsung? You beli die?
Saya sih, saya
Dan ibaratnya kontra itu.
It will never be a deal. I man sugar when. Never.
Never say never. Remember, I had the same conversation when you were on that side.
You remember, you remember. No, 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 no.
network. Network. Network.
Sama di wifi yang akan consider sini memberikan semua knowledge. Minutes waktu semua. Oh, ya. Ya, kamu apa? Ini ikut aja.
Smart gitu nih. Kamu dulu dari itu semua nih. Smart. Smart.
da ita screen tana kai ba iya kusa ai da kuma 50 or 75 megabytes ne yi musu da video kan waje su da wuce da kuma su da wuce na mara su smart key padra isa ne fa na ga da bai wifi ko kana da
24 back that way. We've got the right amount back.
Can you, the officials, please allow the media back to the room, to the council chamber? You can allow the media back.
Want to announce this when they're back?
Yes. Yes. The media can come back to the council chamber, please. Where's your numbers?
So let's
I assume the media is back. Can we resume, councillors? Can you please take your seats so that I can announce the results? Councillors, please take your seats. Councillors, please take your seats. As I have indicated that we issued 224 ballot papers and 224 ballot papers were collected back. So the number tallies. We have 23 spoiled ballots. Councillor Haskins got 12 votes. Councillor Sotashe got 50 votes. Alderman Sotashe got 50 votes. And Alderman Pages got 139 votes. Thank you, councillors. I will now call Alderman Pages to step forward for me to roll back. I now call Alderman Pages to take her seat.
you very much. Good morning, aldermen, councillors, both the old colleagues and the new ones, and also our guests in the gallery. Good day to all of you, and thank you very much, and welcome again to this first council sitting of this new administration. It's a privilege to address you as the Speaker, and I appreciate that you have placed your trust in me again for the second time. Having presided over a number of council meetings during the last months of the previous administration, I fully understand the responsibilities that you and this position bestows on me. I promise not to take the position lightly, and I will continue to carry out all of my responsibilities to the best of my ability, and I hope that you will all help me along with that process. For my part, I hope that I can match your expectations and provide guidance that's necessary to assist you in achieving your goals. To ensure that the residents of Cape Town continue to enjoy the best run city and best services in South Africa. With your help, I aim to ensure that we as public representatives have a productive and congenial relationship at all times, and that any grievances, which I hope there are not many, will be dealt with swiftly. Coming into the new term on the back of a passionately contested election, I believe it is now fitting to pause and take a moment to reflect on the extracts of the Constitution which we have proudly displayed in our chamber. That is why we are here. The people of Cape Town deserve public representatives who mean to uphold every word of the Constitution and their pledge. I sincerely hope that within this chambers we will conduct ourselves with professionalism, with dignity, restraint, and treat each other with respect, as we strive to carry out our civic duties and responsibilities in the best interests of the people we serve. Thank you very much. And now we'll move to the agenda, and councillors, we've got the tally of the number of councillors for each party, and we're going to take that as the voting, the items that we go through. If I move then on to the adoption of the rules of order for council, it's on pages 21 to 56 of your agenda, and can we move adoption of that report?
Sorry, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Haskins.
Speaker, that wasn't me saying.
Sorry, Councillor Adams.
But I do want to speak.
There's a few corrections that needs to be made in this document. If you go through it, and we cannot just adopt it without making the corrections to it. So if we go to page 33, point 5.3, it says chairperson for the duration of his stroke and her. Stroke her should be added.
Councillor, are we going to be pedantic about this at this meeting? We can change them at...
I think the changes is important, because if we're adopting it as it is. Okay. So we need to make the change, because on numerous pages it occurs.
Okay.
So it needs to be done.
All right, so Councillor, with those corrections, these are the old rules of order. We need these rules to conduct this meeting. The rules can be adjusted, can be amended at after this meeting, but we do need rules of order for this meeting. So with the amendments that you recommend of his, her, their, whatever, then we will accept that and adopt the recommendation. Is that correct?
Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker?
Sorry, I can't see. Sorry, Alderman Nielsen.
Madam Speaker, I'll just point you to Rule 1.5, which says any reference to the masculine gender in these rules shall also include feminine, and the singular shall include the plural, and vice versa. So I believe that issue is already dealt with. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Then I move Councillor Haskins.
Speaker, thank you, and congratulations on your election. You know, in 2016, when the rules were adopted, the 2015 term of office rules were sneakily changed. So what we adopted in 2016 had an amendment that nobody was told about. What I was hoping here, the opportunity was here to correct some of the ongoing battles that we've had in this last 5-year term to change those rules back. Two things happened under the de Lille years as mayor, and this was the opportunity for the DA to shake off the de Lille years. It hangs on. Okay. The hangover is in these rules. And I'll just give you 2 examples, Speaker. The rules reduced the number of written questions that councillors were allowed to ask the mayor at a council meeting. It reduced it to 1. We used to have no limit. It wasn't abused. We could ask 2 or 3. We can now only ask 1. The second, and probably more important than that, was that council in this last term of office could no longer debate items for noting that were coming from the mayoral committee. So the mayor was making decisions. It was coming to this council, and we were not allowed to debate that. That came in during the de Lille mayorship. This was the opportunity to change that so that we can have open, transparent debate in this council meeting. We should not be adopting these rules as they are, because you're shutting down debate for another 5-year term. If you as the DA are going to continue with these rules, then that's not a good start, because you should be saying to this caucus, to this council meeting, that you, as you've just said, Speaker, that you want open debate amongst political representatives from all parties. Now you're saying that, no, actually we're going to shut down debate. That's what these rules do now. So can we change these rules now? No, we can't. No, we can't. So when are we going to change them? Are we going to battle for another 5 years and not succeed because you're going to use your majority to force us not to be able to debate matters in council?
Councillors.
That's what you're going to do, isn't it? Thank you.
So, Councillor, this is the interim rules which need to be adopted for this meeting. There will be an opportunity to change the rules, as it will be later with the delegations and various other things after the administration is set up. Okay, so we are now moving adoption of these rules.
Speaker. Yes.
Alderman Sasashi?
No, thank you, Alderman Purchase. I just want to appeal, Speaker, that we listen to each other. You are raising an issue now about the interim rules and the rules. Which one is which? Because there is no interim rules in terms of the legislation. There is no such a thing called interim rules. Secondly, there is a process that is going through the Rules Committee, which has not been finalized. Exactly what Alderman Haskin is raising. Because don't take that issue very lightly. Because remember, this is the final arbiter of any decision of council. Then if the debate is suppressed in council, who is going to make sure that the executive is accountable to this chamber if these rules do not allow that? That should be the question, because we've been raising this issue about suppressing the debates in council for the last 5 years. Eventually, the ruling party in the city of Cape Town agreed that let's review the rules. That process is underway, and then you are saying now, you are changing the wording to say, let's adopt this as interim. When you say it's interim, can you give us a time frame? What does that mean?
So, Alderman Satashi, you've answered your own question.
Speaker?
It's running through the Rules Committee already for amendment. So this will be the rules of order until those amendments have been finalised with a multi-party committee and come back to full council. Believe me, I understand it's as urgent as what you do. So we need rules of order for the next few meetings until that happens. I'm putting this to the vote. Are we adopting these rules of order?
Speaker.
Okay. Can we record the votes according to those present?
You are suppressing us already now. You are suppressing us already now.
Speaker.
It's been put to the vote. I've answered the question.
You can't
We are in a process. Councillor Alderman Satashi has explained the process. It is running through the Rules Committee for amendments, and when they are ready, they will come back to full council. So those in favour of the rules,
it cannot be adopted.
Speaker, you are suppressing us already.
Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning to all councillors. Can I then add on to what Councillor Satashi has raised, that we as councillors within this council chamber note these rules of order until they are finalized by the Rules Committee.
We can't note them. No, we have to adopt them. Our city manager says they have to be adopted to be effective to run the first lot of
can
meetings.
agree to that.
That's fine. We will note your vote against.
The
Any other
ACDP.
parties?
DI votes against that. We
The
cannot
ACDP.
adopt these rules.
Is someone taking the
The
vote?
ACDP, please.
Okay.
The PA votes against.
All right. So the DI is against, the ANC is against, the ACDP is against.
The PA is against.
The Cape Coloured Congress is against.
AIC is
Thank
against.
you. All right.
So the majority.
Speaker,
So the
Speaker, Councillor
Yes.
Tambuza.
Councillor, yes.
Councillor Tambuza.
councillor.
The EFF is against.
Thank you, councillor. All right.
Speaker, the Cape Independence Party is against. The PAC is against.
Against. Thank you very much. So we take note of those parties that are against, and with the vote that we have, or the numbers that we have, the item is carried. Can we then move on to item 5, which is the confirmation
The
of the
numbers are
type
working
of
for you for now,
municipalities?
ne?
All right. Thank you. Can we then move on to item 5, which is the confirmation of the municipality type? That is for noting. Are we happy to note that? Thank you. Then we move on to item 6, the election of the executive mayor for the city of Cape Town. Can I have one nomination? Are there any other nominations? Thank you very much. Do we have another one, another 2 coming down? I'm wondering whether we need to put these names on the board, because it's clear that people don't know who's standing and how to spell. Otherwise, we wouldn't have 23 spoiled papers, but never mind.
Speaker, we will have spoiled if people choose to have spoiled. It's not that they are not understanding spellings or
Okay.
something.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you for the protest vote. Thank you.
We will protest up until it is clear to you. We are here mandated by the people to make sure that we protest if needs be.
All right, councillors, I'm going to read out the names. We have Councillor Jack Miller nominated. We have Councillor, that's from Cape Independence Party, Cape Independence. We have Councillor Nolontando Makazi from the ANC. We have, that's the same one, okay. You've been nominated twice, that's very good. Okay, and then we have Councillor Jordan Hill-Lewis. Can I ask for the bell to be rung and the doors to be locked and the officials to proceed with the process? And can I ask the press to please just turn your cameras off and vacate the chamber?
I hope the D councillors will know now who to vote for. Some of them were confused for the speaker.
As long as you know to vote for Jordan E. Lewis.
Councillors, can I just point out before we all worry about the votes at the end, we are now up to 225 councillors. Would you like me to read them out again, Councillor Haynes? We have 43 from the ANC, 133 from the DA, we have 2 from ARA, we have 6 from the ACDP, we have 1 from the AIC, we have 3 from Al Jamar, we have 6 from the CCC, we have 1 from the CIP, 1 from the CMC, 1 from the DI, 9 from the EFF, 4 from the Freedom Front Plus, 8 from Good, 4 from the PA, 1 from the PAC, 1 from UDM, and 1 from the UIM. So those are the numbers we will count going forward. Thank you. Can we collect the ballots, please? Can you collect the ballot papers in the banqueting hall as well, please? There they are.
You must just check when you collect from the ANC side that there's not 2 ballots per person.
Can the caucus with the Alderman Smith stop then?
We'll just wait for the ballot box from downstairs and then we'll open them. Can we open the ballot boxes? If the parties who had nominations wish to oversee the process of counting, you're welcome. Councillor? Have you got a rep? Ah, there you are. Thank you, Councillor.
sorry, where is it? It's 224. I was up to 225. Is it not 225? Yeah, I'm not going to cancel it. But remember, I canceled for good, but I just said to her, yes, it's 24.
Where is Matanzim?
Okay, can we allow the media back in, please? And councillors, can you take your seats again? This is like the IEC. We might need a recount. Councillors, can you open the door there for the media?
Where is the morality of those people?
There's no morality. Councillors, can we proceed? So one of the councillors went AWOL and we only handed out 224 ballot papers, 180 in the chamber and 116 in the banqueting hall. The number of ballot papers collected were 224, so they tally. The spoiled ballots were 15. The abstentions were 20. Councillor Jake Miller got 2 votes. Well done. Councillor McCarthy, 46 votes. Councillor Jordan Hill-Lewis, 141 votes. Councillor Jordan Hill-Lewis is therefore duly elected as the mayor for the city of Cape Town. I now call on Councillor Jordan Hill-Lewis to come to the front so that the city manager can robe you.
Before we leave.
Can we? now call on Executive Mayor Jordan Hill-Lewis to address the meeting.
Honoured guests, friends, colleagues, and my fellow Cape Townians. Good morning. Goeiemorgen. Molweni. Assalamu alaikum. Shalom. It is the singular honour of my life to address you today for the very first time as the Mayor of the City of Cape Town. Our city is a place of unrivaled natural beauty. Our residents are a people of unlimited talent, and our future is brimming with unmatched potential. I am deeply humbled by the trust that you have placed in me to lead our great city into that future.
Are there any others?
I pledge to work every single day to deepen the trust that you have placed in me and the government team that I now lead. But all that we may achieve will only be possible because we build on the work that those who have gone before. I wish to sincerely honor, from the bottom of my heart, Mayor Dan Plato, who laid the foundation that we will build on over the coming 5 years. Eksefi Dan, baie baie dankie. We can also only build on the platform of the love and care and support of our families. And I'm so grateful to have my wife Carla and my daughter in the gallery today. On this very first day of our new administration, I want every Cape Townian to know what they should expect from us in the years ahead. The government that has been elected by the people of Cape Town, that is gathered here today, we publicly affirm that we will serve this city with a clear, higher purpose. And that purpose can be summed up in one sentence: to restore hope in South Africa by turning Cape Town into living proof that we can roll back poverty, that we can overcome the long shadows of our past, and that our country can still realize the society dreamed of in the founding document of our democracy, the Constitution. A city more caring, more inclusive, more prosperous, more united, more respectful, more safe, and more free. My fellow Cape Townians, today we map out the route for this purpose-driven journey of hope that we are embarking on. Hierdie administrasie gaan handel met 'n enkele doel voor ons oë. En dit is om weer hoop te gee aan die mense van Kaapstad. Siniwile, lokhulumento uzosebenzela, ukunika ithemba kabantu besixeko sesikapa. But to know where this journey should lead us, we must first understand where we are starting from. The South Africa of 2021 is not the place our parents dreamed of in 1994. Our country is enveloped by a sense of fear and anxiety that things are headed in the wrong direction. And if there is one thing that no society, and certainly no constitutional democracy, can survive without, it is hope. Hope is the fuel that powers our society forward, the belief that things can change, that progress is possible, and that problems can be solved. Our journey today must start with the recognition that more and more South Africans are feeling hopeless about the future. So to the voters of Cape Town, and indeed the voters of the whole country, who have lost hope and stayed home on election day, I want to say that we have heard your message loud and clear. Ons het julle gehoor. More of the same isn't going to cut it. Words are no longer enough. It is time for fresh thinking. For our country to rekindle the hope that we need, to fuel our future and safeguard our democracy, we really need one place in South Africa that practically
and unequivocally demonstrates that a prosperous and inclusive future is still realizable. A place that is not only interested in managing slow decline, but in beating decline in favor of driving progress. A place that aims higher, lifts its sights, raises its ambitions, and dares to think differently. This place that does this for South Africa can and must be Cape Town. That is our sense of higher purpose, and that is why that higher purpose extends far beyond our own city limits. It matters profoundly to the future of every single South African that Cape Town succeeds in our mission to show that well-run city governments can solve the problems that too many of us have come to regard as unsolvable. Ons kan en ons moet armoede verslaan. Many governments around the world have meaningfully lifted millions of people out of poverty over time. They have done so because they've understood a simple truth. Good government underpins economic growth. Economic growth underpins investment. And investment and economic growth both lift people out of poverty over time. Everything we do over the next 5 years will be focused on creating the conditions for meaningfully foster economic growth in Cape Town so that we can lift more Cape Townians out of poverty. So I say today to the young person living without a job in Kuils River or Lentegeur or Kosovo, we dedicate ourselves today to nurturing economic growth in the city so that you have a better chance of finding work. To the small business owner who has done everything in your power, particularly over the last 2 years, to keep your doors open and keep paying your staff, we dedicate ourselves today to foster growth in the city so that your small business has a better chance at thriving. To the single mothers who wake up at 4 a.m. every morning to go to work to provide for your children, we dedicate ourselves today to playing our part in making this economy grow faster, to give you more choices, and to give your children a better future. To every single Cape Townian who still suffers the indignity and deprivation of poverty, we know that our higher purpose is to serve you, to grow this economy so that your burdens may be eased. Economic recovery from the COVID crisis will require doubling our efforts to expand and maintain our city infrastructure and ensure excellent services are delivered to all. But we also understand that some of our citizens need more help today. Those whose efforts to seek new opportunity are frustrated by the brutal intersection of poverty and financial obligations. It is with these residents firmly in mind that I am today proud to announce the first major commitment of this administration is to increase our allocation to free basic services to our poorest residents by over 600 million rand in the next financial year. This will constitute a 20% increase in our city's investment in the free basic services that our most vulnerable residents rely on. It will increase the total amount spent by our city every year on free basic services for the poorest residents from 3.1 billion rand to 3.7 billion rand next year. Today, we demonstrate our commitment to building a more inclusive and caring city with this very significant extra allocation to free basic services. We also know that a growing economy requires constant infrastructure investment that keeps pace with our fast-growing city population. Successful cities are those who are always building and investing in new infrastructure. When you stop building, you stop growing. And infrastructure is also vital for a city committed to care and dignity. It is not possible for us to restore hope and dignity to communities while sewers are overflowing in many parts of our city. Tomorrow, on day one, I am going straight to Khayelitsha and Phoenix, where there are serious challenges with sewage infrastructure. We know that sewers will occasionally block and pump stations will occasionally break down. But when these problems are reported, they must be attended to with the same speed and service excellence, no matter where you live in our city. Let me make this absolutely clear. Service complaints should be answered promptly, and residents should be given the respect of an explanation if their complaints will take some time to resolve. That is the standard we in the DA set for ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, during the election campaign, I spoke about how we should restore a sense of pride to Cape Town. However, that pride will not come from government alone. We can only restore our sense of civic pride by joining hands with committed residents and active communities who are prepared to help us build the Cape Town of the future. In that regard, I'd like to welcome a very special guest here today, Ms. Caroline Marks from the Milnerton Residents and Ratepayers Association, who is an example to every Cape Townian of the critical role active community organizations play. She almost single-handedly drove the issue of the deterioration of the Milnerton Lagoon. And in the process, and I don't think she knows this, she served as one of the early inspirations to me that convinced me to run for this office, so that we could all do more to fulfill Cape Town's true potential. Caroline, thank you for the work that you do in an often thankless job, and I look forward to joining with you and many other great Cape Townians like you across our city in building the future. Our city needs more people like Caroline to get involved. Even as we make more resources available to support vulnerable communities, we need residents to come forward to apply for our generous indigency program. We need Cape Townians to help us protect our infrastructure. Every one of us suffers when cables are stolen or drains are deliberately obstructed and blocked. When metal is stolen or infrastructure stripped, we cannot run trains or keep the lights on, and the most vulnerable residents suffer the most. Dit kan regtig nie so aangaan nie. Ons kan nie aanhoudend skaars hulpbronne spandeer om infrastruktuur reg te maak wat doelbewus gebreek word nie. We also need Cape Townians to take pride in a cleaner city by helping to end the destructive practices of illegal dumping and littering. It is time to clean up Cape Town. Our international visitors are coming back, and we need to show them that Cape Town is back. Ons almal weet dat jy eers jou eie huis ordentlik moet skoonmaak voordat jy besoekers kan verwelkom. Over the coming weeks and months, I would like every one of us in this council, and I invite all of us to join, to roll up our sleeves, to join with committed residents and community organizations to spring clean Cape Town. I will be out there, and I hope to see you out there too. Whenever a resident of our city, no matter who they vote for, travels to any other part of the country or part of the world, I want them to feel a deep sense of pride when they tell people, I live in Cape Town. That is what we want. Here in Cape Town, we also take pride in running a clean and ethical administration. I want to be clear that good governance is and will remain a non-negotiable in Cape Town, precisely because we are committed to serving the poorest and most vulnerable members of our society. It is the poor who benefit most from honest and clean administration, and it is the vulnerable who suffer the worst consequences of corruption. When ambulances are broken, when no one answers the phone, when fire engines don't work, when taps run dry, and when money meant for infrastructure is stolen, it is the poor who pay the price. So good governance is a profoundly moral commitment, and that is why it will be a non-negotiable under this administration. It is also out of this commitment that I can announce today that every member appointed to my mayoral committee next week will undergo a lifestyle audit on assuming office. After spending a decade in Parliament, I know full well that sunlight is the best disinfectant. Precisely because we want resources to reach the people who need it most, I intend to run an open, accessible, and transparent government that engages with residents regularly, including in new and innovative ways on online and social media platforms. Our data should be open and accessible to residents and community groups who need it. And wherever possible, they shouldn't have to ask for it. It should be published proactively on our city website. And let me pause on the topic of accountability to address the Leader of the Opposition in this Council, an old friend. I have come from a legislature, sir, where the government often shows a poor understanding of the vital constitutional role that a vigorous opposition must play. Given my experience there, I give you my commitment that that will not happen here, and that the opposition will be respected for the important role that you play in our democracy. For us to take Cape Town on this journey of hope, we must also rediscover the courage to envision the future that we want. I invite you to join me in imagining a Cape Town with reliable, sustainable, and affordable electricity for all. Imagine Cape Town as the easiest place on the entire African continent for entrepreneurs to build businesses and employ more people. Imagine our city with enough policing resources to turn the tide against crime and make our communities feel genuinely safer. Imagine a city with a booming construction industry that provides thousands of new homes to Cape Townians. Imagine Cape Town with a functioning and integrated public transport system where modern trains run like major arteries through our city, while bus and taxi routes link with the rail system to form the veins that reach out from those arteries across every community. Now, let's stop imagining this future and let's start building it. Kom ons kry dit gedoen. Masenze izinto zenzeke. We are going to end load shedding in Cape Town over time. Why? Because economic growth that restores hope to the unemployed and the impoverished residents requires a stable electricity supply before anything else. We are going to cut red tape and make this the premier investment destination in Africa so that we can create thousands of new jobs. Why? Because nothing provides a sense of dignity and purpose and pride like gainful employment. We are going to expand our successful LEAP program with Premier Windy and Minister Fritz and invest in modern crime-fighting technology. Why? Because reducing crime is a prerequisite for lifting the oppression and anxiety that comes with living in constant fear, especially in our poorest and most vulnerable communities. We are going to release city-owned land and fight for the national government to do the same so that we can deliver thousands of new homes and private title to residents. Why? Because this year marks 30 years since the repeal of the Group Areas Act in 1991. And we now know that the state alone cannot deliver homes at the scale we need to right the injustice of that law. And because we know that providing private title and ownership to our poorest communities is one of the most important things that we can do to achieve true economic freedom. We are going to expand the My City bus service, restore the N2 express route, and work towards taking over passenger rail in Cape Town. Why? Why will we do it? Because safe and reliable public transport restores hope in the future by linking unemployed people with work opportunities and making it cheaper for families to get to school and move around our city. We are going to do these things not only because this is the overwhelming mandate we have received from the voters, but also because it is this government's moral obligation to get these things done. My fellow Cape Townians, the purpose we have chosen to fulfill is to turn Cape Town into a beacon of hope for South Africa at a time when millions of our citizens believe that our country is past the point of no return, and where local governments can do nothing more than manage decline. I am not one of those people. And this will not be one of those governments. I am motivated by a deep and abiding love for the people of this city and of this country. I am inspired every day by the resilience, talent and passion of the people of Cape Town. And I believe that it is by supporting, nurturing and empowering the people of the city that we will restore hope in our collective future. But above all, we, the elected government of the city of Cape Town, will not entertain for even 1 second the idea that our best days are behind us. Our best days are ahead of us, and we are just getting started. So today we plant a flag for the very best that Cape Town and South Africa can be. And now we join hands with our neighbors and friends across the city, and we go out from this place this morning to begin the work of the next 5 years, of building a city of pride, where ambition and hard work will light the way to a prosperous and inclusive new South African future. Thank you very much.
I invite you, Mayor, Executive Mayor, to take your seat. Councillors, is there anyone that wishes to respond to the Mayor's statements? Yes. Councillor Adams? No. Councillor Christians? Councillor Miller? All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me take the opportunity to recognize my former colleagues, the former Executive Mayor of Cape Town, the current Chair of the DA Federal Council, Madam Helen Zille. I spotted her at the gallery there. The former Deputy Executive Mayor of Cape Town and the current Provincial Secretary of the EFF, Comrade Arnold. My former colleagues, Councillor Bryant and Councillor Van Minen. Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, municipal manager and other Section 56 managers reporting to you, distinguished guests, members of the public who are watching us remotely, media houses, allow me on behalf of the African National Congress to congratulate the newly elected Executive Mayor of Cape Town, Mr. Jordan Hill Lewis. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, sir. Congratulations, sir. We are gathered here after a hectic election campaign that was conducted under challenging circumstances. No one in this house can claim that it was business as usual since the dawn of our democracy. The advent of COVID-19 has brought some serious challenges in the way of doing things. Hence, we could no longer do business as usual. We have lost so many family members, colleagues and friends. May their beautiful souls rest in eternal peace. Madam Speaker, masses of our people gathered in Kliptown in Johannesburg on the 25th and the 26th of July, 1955, to adopt the Freedom Charter. Their intention was clear, was to dismantle the apartheid laws and brought about a non-racial society. They made a clarion call, I quote, "We, the people of South Africa, declare for all our country and the world to know that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white, and that no government can justly claim authority unless it is based on the will of the people. Close quote. The Freedom Charter gave birth to our Constitution. Madam Speaker, this Freedom Charter also gave birth to other pieces of legislation. Section 152, subsection 1 of the Constitution speaks about the objects of local government that are to encourage the involvement of communities and community organization in matters of local government. Section 2 of the Municipal Systems Act describes municipality as an entity that consists of political structures, administration of the municipality, and the community of the municipality. Section 16, subsection 1 of the Municipal Systems Act directs the municipality to develop a culture of municipal governance that complements formal representative government within a system of participatory governance and must encourage and create conditions for local communities to participate in the affairs of the municipality. Mr. Mayor, if we don't compromise these values that are captured in these pieces of legislation, you can rest assured, sir, that the ANC will definitely support your endeavors. Once you begin to be arrogant and be dismissive, then you must know that you are declaring a war, sir. We will play our role as an effective opposition in this council without fail. We will play our oversight role on behalf of constituencies that have elected us and the people of Cape Town in general. We will give credit when it's due, and at the same time, we will vehemently oppose any untoward tendency that seeks to undermine the rights of our people. Madam Speaker, people of Cape Town have spoken, and they chose the Democratic Alliance to be the governing party in the city of Cape Town. And as Democrats, we accept the outcomes. We congratulate the Democratic Alliance. Mr. Mayor, your mandate task, your immediate task, is to deal with the raw sewer spillages in our townships and the Cape Flats. You have touched that on your speech already. The aging underground infrastructure requires a steadfast leadership. We stand ready to work with you to resolve these problems. I have listened to you attentively when you were campaigning. You outlined your priorities, which in my view, some are progressive, and we stand to support them. One of them, which were ignored or suppressed by your predecessors, is the land audit for social housing and amenities. We have pieces of land that belong to the city of Cape Town, not far from where we are now. Yes, I agree with you, other spheres of government must come on board to make this plan a reality. Firstly, we must know how much land we have as the city of Cape Town so that we can call on other spheres of government to meet us halfway. The report, Mr. Mayor, we are calling on you to immediately deal with the report released by Corruption Watch mid-year. It was on the 18th of August, which is titled, South Africa Needs Clean Hands. The report ranked the city of Cape Town fifth amongst the country's municipalities and the highest number of reported corruption allegations. The report alleged that irregularities in procurement processes are sitting at 17%. Abuse of power is sitting at 18%. Bribes are sitting at 14%. Fraud is sitting at 7%.
irregularities getting employment is sitting at 6%. This is what you are inheriting from your predecessor. And unfortunately, he never took this council into his confidence about this report. We hope that you will get to the bottom of this rot. We want to appeal to you, Mayor Hill Lewis, to be the mayor of Cape Town, not the mayor of some Cape Townians. We request you, sir, to be the mayor of all communities of Cape Town. When you begin to do that, you will have our support. We request you, sir, to be a unifier, a builder, not a destroyer. We are appealing to you to work with all opposition parties, irrespective of their representation in this council. Once you do that, you will earn our respect. The ball is in your court, sir. We stand ready to work with you if you want to work with us. As we gather here, let's remind what Amilcar Cabral once said, I quote, "Always bear in mind that people are not fighting for ideas, for the things in anyone's head. They are fighting to win material benefits, to live better and in peace, to see their lives go forward, to guarantee the future of their children." Close quote. If you want to be dismissive and arrogant, we are also combatant ready to take you head on, sir. We wish you good health and may God give you strength to lead the people of Cape Town. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dembuza.
It will be Councillor Chandela.
Let me take this opportunity firstly to thank the Almighty finally for releasing us from the last racist apartheid president, de Klerk, such as are happy as young people of South Africa. We are not in a moment.
Can you confine yourself to the address of the mayor, please?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I would like to congratulate and welcome newly elected Mayor Geraldine Hill Lewis. And unlike those who have come and gone before, we hope that you will be a mayor for all Cape Towns. We also hope and pray that you will be a mayor free of discrimination, racism, and will not subject the people of Kailicha, Nyanga, Guguletu, Miningberg, Mitchells Plain, Valhalla Park, Bishop Lavis, Delft, Kraaifontein, among others, to a poor service delivery as compared to the service that is delivered in Durbanville, Constantia, Plattekloof, and all other white areas. As a young mayor, you have a responsibility to undo the injustice that has been done to the poor communities by the previous city government. We are faced with the continuous issues in Cape Town, specifically in townships. Examples include sewerage, amongst others. Basic service is in a mess in these areas. In fact, in all black and colored areas in particular. In this day and age, we still have a porta system in so-called DA cleaned governments. Please, Mayorman, this cannot continue under your leadership. We will be watching you closely on the promise that you made on SABC News about the pieces of public-owned land that will be released to the people for building of affordable houses. We are hoping you will prioritize those who deemed not suitable to stay closer to inner cities and those that were segregated. We appeal to this House, Mayor, that we should start looking at insourcing workers, securities, cleaners, my city bus drivers, opening up clinics for 24 hours, 7 days a week, prioritize houses for the disabled, provision sanitary towels in our local schools and communities and the areas that need them, provision free water and electricity, especially to all those SASSA beneficiaries. As we enter this new council, let us not forget about the wasteful expenditures that endured in the last council. A good example is how hundreds of thousands of poor people were temporarily shifted from privileged areas in Cape Town to a community field in Strandfontein. in the start of the pandemic, just like blacks that were moved during the apartheid from Simonstown District 6 to the township's location on the Sandy Cape Flats. Millions were spent on these temporary shelters, which could have gone for a long term to the poor. Let us also not forget about how council did not see it fit to protect the adhan, the Muslim call to prayer, the ringing of church bells, and instead it allowed to subject to the whims of those who show intolerance of the cultural and religious diversity to the poor people of the city. An example of this is that the masjid in Bayview, whose Astan was silenced in 2018 by the city due to the complaint. Let us not shy away from the truth. We know very well that the city at the time saved this masjid with a letter to discontinue their prayer. Let us also not forget our people who continue to suffer in Cape Town continuously, calling out for assistance for City of Cape Town. While the city's former mayor last year approved millions for an international Grand Prix event headed by the white-owned company under the ownership of Ian Banner, with a business linked to the Johan Rupert. This was also during the time where the local black company, who had been working in this project for more than 2 decades and also running to host this event, was sidelined by the city for this newly established non-compliant company. These are only some of the issues our people are faced and are still face. We hope that new mayor, you will be a mayor for the whole Cape Town, not just for the privileged. Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Little.
Thank you, everybody. Protocols have been observed previously by my previous colleague, but I'd like to say thank you and welcome back to each and every public rep. I take this opportunity, Mayor Hill Lewis, on behalf of the Good Party, I congratulate the new mayor of the City of Cape Town on his election and wish him strength, wisdom on the road ahead. I also take this opportunity to acknowledge those who supported Good by lending us their vote. Our contract with our people is simple. Either we make a difference for you or you vote us out. It should be for all parties. Mayor Lewis assumes the responsibility of a divided city, among the most unequal on earth. It is a city still riddled, structured along apartheid group areas act lines. People are angry and they are struggling. The conditions in many communities where people of color live fall dreadfully short of decent human standards. These realities are reflected in the low turnout of voters. They are a bugle call to all who have accepted the responsibility to serve as public reps. Regardless of the balance of power in this council, Good will prioritize serving communities with discipline, humility, and compassion, and advance our social, economic, spatial, and environmental justice policy agenda. We undertake to work with the Mayor in support of policies and programs that align with our values, including our values on human integration, and to oppose those that remain entrenched in injustice, inequality, and division. We will continue the fight for the increased provision of free basic services and the removal of unfair markups on water and electricity bills. We will be guided by the principle of one standard of service delivered across the city, regardless of consideration of race and space. We will advocate for the repair and replacement of collapsed infrastructure that undermines the standard of living for many of our people and setbacks of potential for investment in the creation of jobs. We will pressure the impact to fulfill its obligations to ensure good and clean governance, including the transparent management of financial misconduct and the recovery of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Mayor Lewis, this is good marching orders. We look forward to 5 years of vibrant and constructive engagement. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Max.
Thank you, Speaker. Allow me first to congratulate you on your election as the Speaker. I have heard your commitment, and rest assured that the Freedom Front Plus will support you in your endeavor. Honorable Speaker, but I must say, Mr. Mayor, you look not too bad, but I think I would have looked better, not true? Honorable Speaker, various political parties as represented in this House today and others who didn't make the threshold competed vehemently with each other to obtain the best mandate from our supporters. The City of Cape Town and the people of the City of Cape Town have spoken. And they spoke loud and clear and gave the DA, although a less than renewed mandate, the right to govern again. Whilst the Freedom Front Plus were given an increased mandate, the election results also signaled the upcoming funeral of a certain political party in 2024. It is now time, Speaker, that the promises that we made to the electorate as politicians be executed. This is where the challenge lies, and for this reason, I would like to quote from an excerpt from the Constitutional Court case, Economic Freedom Fighters versus Speaker of the National Assembly and others, Democratic Alliance versus Speaker of the National Assembly and others, during which His Honourable former Chief Justice Mugeng stated as follows, and I quote, "Similarly, the National Assembly and by extension the Parliament is the embodiment of the centuries-old dreams and legitimate aspirations of all our people. It is the voice of all South Africans, especially the poor. It is the voice of the voiceless and the least remembered. It is the watchdog of state resources, the enforcer of fiscal discipline and cost effectiveness for the common good of all our people. It is also bears the responsibility to play an oversight role over the executive and state organs and ensure that constitutional and statutory obligations are properly executed. For this reason, it fulfills a preeminently unique role of upholding the executive accountable for the fulfillment of the promises made to the populace through the State of Nation Address, budget speeches, policies, legislation, and the Constitution, duly undergirded by the affirmation of the oath of office, constitutionally administered to the executive before assumption of office. Parliament also passes legislation with due regard to the needs and concerns of the broader South African public. The willingness and the obligation to do so, reinforced by each member's equally irreversible public declaration of allegiance to the Republic, obedience, respect, and vindication of the Constitution and the law of the Republic to the best of our abilities. In sum, Parliament is the mouthpiece, the eyes, and the service delivery ensuring mechanism of the people. No doubt, it is an irreplaceable feature of good governance in South Africa, unquote. Honorable Speaker, in having regard to the aforementioned, which serves mutandis mutatis as the legal basis of our responsibility as public representatives, I am of the view that in assuming this responsibility, each and every one of us should execute the powers vested in us on behalf of the people of the City of Cape Town, in accordance with the Constitution and related practices as objectively, independently, without fear or favor or prejudice, and without any undue interference and or influence. Achtbare Speaker, dit is in ag genome voormelde belangrik dat geen openbare verteenwoordiger mag toelaat dat persoonlike gevoelens en vooroordele inbreuk maak op hierdie grondwetlike gedelegeerde verantwoordelikhede wat ons gesagsposisies mag meebring nie. Sover dit die Vryheidsfront Plus betref, het ons kompetisie met die DA, sowel as ander partye, om 2100 uur op die 1 November 2021 gestop. Vandag is ons hier as 'n vernoot om te voldoen aan ons belofte van goeie diens, meriete aanstellings, geen korrupsie en om die belang van die mense eerste te plaas. Ons is nie hier om af te breek nie. Ons is hier om te bou. En daarom is dit belangrik dat ons saam staan, dat ons opstaan en dat ons sterk staan. Aan die achtbare burgemeester wil ek sê, u kan staat maak op die Vryheidsfront Plus se ondersteuning. In soverre dit voormelde aanbetref. Maar ons sal nie skroom om u te kritiseer wanneer u besluite neem waar u party en persoonlike belang bo die belang van ons mense plaas nie. Once again, Honorable Mayor of City of Cape Town, Mr. Mayor, you are a fine young man with unlimited future and opportunities ahead of you. You can either build on it or you can break it, destroy it. The youth is our future, and you are an integral part thereof. Please don't try only to be successful. Try to be worthy. Someone once said, and I want you to remember these words, and that is, the bad you do will stay with you. The good you do will come back to you. The Freedom Front Plus wish you all the best with your new position and awaiting responsibilities. May God bless you and your family. May God bless this council and the people of Cape Town. And may God bless South Africa and her children. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Christians, can I ask those in the banqueting hall to please maintain order while the speakers are on the floor? And while you're all looking around, we are watching you.
Speaker, firstly, allow me to congratulate our new mayor, Mayor Hill Lewis, on his appointment. We stand today in the face of a new term, but also we heard new promises. Now, we understand that Mayor Hill Lewis doesn't have big shoes to fill, but after what has just been said, he definitely has some big promises to fill. And as the ACDP, we will not forget these promises, because these promises work towards a better city for the people of Cape Town. Some of these include an aggressive building towards an inclusive city. In addition to this, Speaker, we look forward to the fulfillment of our new mayor's commitment to run the most jobs-focused and entrepreneur-friendly administration, a part of his commitment to rolling back poverty. Speaker, now this will never be achieved without proper accountability, because without accountability, we will continue to be a city for some and definitely not a city for all. The election is done. We have a new mayor. And as the ACDP, our hope is that our new mayor will take suggestions and viable proposals from opposition parties like the ACDP in working towards a better city for all. We're no longer participating in a political agenda. We are now participating in a better city agenda. In addition to this accountability, as the ACDP, we expected our new mayor this morning of the City of Cape Town to assure his municipal staff and officials that mandatory vaccinations would never take place under his watch. What an opportunity this morning was for him to assure the people under him, under his leadership, he's got their best interests at heart by being a leader promoting freedom of choice. Mayor Hill Lewis, we're definitely not here this morning to say that we want you to be anti-vaccine. We want you to protect everyone, give them the option to have a freedom of choice. These promises this morning made to the city, it gives hope, should it be accomplished. It brings hope to those who have lost hope. But we please do not want a repeat of 2019, where people were promised unrealistic promises, such as a provincial police service and a provincial railway system. This morning you did well, but well will only be guaranteed when this is accomplished. And as the ACDP, we look forward to assisting you roll out that which you have displayed for the City of Cape Town. Speaker, in conclusion, we want Mayor Hill Lewis to be rest assured that should a day come where municipal officials, under his leadership of course, ever be forced to be vaccinated or have their jobs threatened, we will not hesitate to take this up at the highest legal authority possible. We all know, just a few months back, as the ACDP, we did this on a national level, and we came out victorious. And if you know the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, you'll know that we'll come out victorious again. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I've got is Councillor Anwar Adams.
The opportunity. Good day. Firstly, I think let's thank the Almighty that we are here today and affording us those positions and the look ahead. And Speaker, through you, and thank you for affording us this opportunity to address this council and our city. So, I'd like to greet each one of you and colleagues that's been serving in the previous terms. I welcome you, and I look forward to a great 5 years, which is going to be very tough, especially on the ruling party, because you have a lot to be accountable for. And I hope that we, as colleagues, can achieve what needs to be achieved. Now, we all know that there is a heavy cloud over this council as it has been constituted. I actually expected that each one of you, all your parties, would have stood behind me because the elections was not fair and was not free.
Councillor, can we sort of stick to the mayoral response?
That's exactly where it brings us to. Because we have a vote which is less than 50%. And a percentage of that, less than 50, have voted for you. And Councillor Lewis, your party elected you, not the City of Cape Town. So we have 50 plus unregistered voters still, plus the rest that is not registered. So you will go into meetings as we move forward and you'll see that you need a quorum. So the challenge from me to you, Councillor Lewis, is let's see how brave you are to call, because the people did not. Your party is voting for you, not the people. Let's put the vote to the people to vote for their mayor. Let's see how strong, how bold you are. I dare you and I challenge.
Councillors, please.
I challenge you. And if you want the opponent, I'm the opponent. They might laugh, but this city does not have what they elected councillors.
Councillor, please.
Vote for a mayor. Bear that in mind. I will represent the rest, the 50-odd% of people that is not represented here in this council, and unofficially, I will be their mayor.
Okay, thank you for that insubordination.
Challenge to you, Councillor Lewis, to be brave enough to take up that challenge. Let's see how brave you are. Let's see how big your kahunas is. Let's see who the city votes for, and just vote out a vote for mayor. I assure you, I'll beat you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the voters, and I'd like
Thank you. This is not a platform.
my committee. Thank you very much. And thank you, Atlantis.
He's canvassing, Madam Chair. He's canvassing. Canvassing is done.
Councillor Jack Miller. Okay, councillors, can we just be quiet while the people are talking? Thank you.
It's a difficult act to follow, so I'll do my best. Thank you, Anwar. Madam Speaker, I'd like to congratulate you on your re-election, and I look forward to working with you in furthering the best interests of this council and the people of Cape Town. So thank you. Mayor, congratulations to you too on your newly elected position. I took tremendous heart from your speech, and I too hope that the City of Cape Town will be able to live up to those expectations. One thing Anwar Adams did mention, Councillor Adams did mention, was the 2019 elections, where the DA did say that they would bring the people of the Western Cape a provincial police force and a provincial railway. And I too hope that the promises that were made here today will be carried through upon, and that we can expect that there'll be substance to these words. I'd like to congratulate the DA on achieving another unassailable victory at 58%. And I'd also like to congratulate the official opposition and welcome them to being, congratulate them on achieving 18% in this election, and welcoming them to being a small party like ourselves. But it takes time. It takes time, that's true. But it takes time though, that's right. But you guys started in 1912, and we started in 2007. So it took the ANC 82 years to, I look forward. It took the ANC 82 years to overthrow the apartheid government. The Cape Independence Party's been going for 14 years, so we've got 68 more years to go. So thank you for your support. I would like to, on that note, say thank you to the people of Cape Town who elected the Cape Independence Party to sit in this council. We intend to not just represent the people that voted for us, but the people of the City of Cape Town, as well as the people of the Cape. And to be honest, I think that the reason we're all sitting here today is because we understand that there is a problem in the political system. There are failings that need to be addressed and corrected. And even though we have different means by which I think we want to achieve that, there's an end goal that we want the system to be better. Now, what is that? What is a better system? A better system is low unemployment, high standards of living, high incomes per capita. And at the Cape Independence Party, we don't believe that we need to reinvent the wheel or do anything that hasn't already been done in the past before. And if we look at the world as countries which have succeeded and countries which have failed, it's very clear what types of policies increase standards of living, reduce unemployment, increase incomes per capita. And the newly elected mayor touched on some policies which certainly would go a long way to delivering that to the people of Cape Town. And so I look forward to working together with the mayor, with the speaker, with the DA, with the ANC, with all the elected parties here, to work together in finding a solution to improving the lives of all people in the city of Cape Town for all of their best interests. That's why we're elected after all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The representative from the PA. Councillor Sona. Councillors, please. Councillors.
Masicama kusheni bethu. Masicama kusheni bethuna. Let me take this opportunity and welcome the newly elected speaker and our newly elected mayor. Mine will be very short in congratulating you. I do so on one condition and based on experience. All the mayors that are standing here promising the police, better police of the Western Cape, promising betterment of the sewer system, promising the housing opportunities. Some of them we never realized. I just want to encourage also the working relationship at this time around. This is not a city of Cape Town of the DA. It's a city of Cape Town of multi-parties. Other parties need recognition. They need to be recognized, and they need to be given the opportunity to lead in the city of Cape Town. Remember, not the entire city of Cape Town citizens have voted for the DA. Other parties were voted also by the same citizens. So when we do service delivery or when we lead, we must learn to recognize that there are other political parties in our lives and they need recognition. I want to emphasize one thing, Mr. Mayor. When we talk of the sewer spillages, we are talking in our areas of the real life. Because we live in those areas. We don't live in Constantia, we don't live in Parklands, we don't live in Plattekloof. We live there. And it went to an extent of not only bursting on the streets, it's coming into households. One night I did not sleep trying to assist another community. Now, our narrow thinking or narrow looking of the issues of saying we are going to better the sewer services, we need to go to dig to the infrastructure. Remember, that infrastructure, when it was done on a minimal population. Now, our population has grown beyond control. So it means we need to dig deeper underground and make sure our infrastructure is capable of carrying what is coming to it. also job opportunities, we need to realize that. And this issue of promising jobs on the EPWP, at some point it becomes an insult to our people. You take one person who's been unemployed for 10 years, you give that particular person an employment of 3 months. It does not make sense. We need to review that. How do we come about in terms of making sure it is empowering our communities? And the issue of human settlements, there are projects that have been coming for years and that I've never realized until standing here. We need to make sure we involve our communities in that and make sure our communities know. Because now, if I may ask now, there are communities that have been promised houses or relocation 10 years ago, but those communities are still there. Now, we need not to come here and promise more jobs, houses, electricity, you go on, but we don't look back. What did we achieve from 2011? I thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we end this debate now?
Madam Speaker,
You
my hand
wanted
was up.
opportunity. Thank you. Mr. Adams?
Speaker, Ngupoqolo. Let me take this opportunity to greet all of us here. Let me also take time to greet the manager and the speaker. Mr. Mayor, let's congratulate you that you've been elected a mayor of the city of Cape Town. Firstly, the PAC, we want you to get a couple of things in your understanding and in the way you will pursue the administration of the city. Firstly, you must understand there is no separate solution for city of Cape Town in the broader context of the struggle for social order in this country. So Cape Town is not going to have its own unique solutions. All the solutions must be built in the interest of the African majority. In the PAC, there is no black, there is no white, there is no colored, there is no Indians. They are Africans, and Africans only. We understand the obsession of color within the DA and the ANC. That has brought us in this quagmire we are in. Because in your view, politics is about satisfying the interests of the color of the skin. In the PAC, we are saying we are Africans. All interests that must dominate are the interests of the African people. In this city, we are seeing a city that is being run in a model of the interest of the minority. A minority that is built on a racial system, the system that we inherited from the settler administration. For as long the administration of the city is driven with the interest of the minority, we'll always have problems in our townships. On the 17th of October, you were campaigning in Delft. You saw sewage on the street. You saw pipes that are burst on the street. You might be wondering, why is that? And yet the DA has been in administration in this city for many years. Those are the realities that you ought to understand, that all the previous administration of the DA has been satisfying the interest of the minority. We are appealing to you to redirect the services and administration of this city to serve the interests of the African majority. It is only then that you can realize what you hope for, as you alluded when you were making your speech over here. To all of us, councillors, political parties win elections each and every time we go to elections, but our people are losing elections. Why our people are losing elections is because there are interests that are not addressed by those who are elected. The PAC is saying the African people will only know they have won the election only when their conditions have been radically changed. For 27 years now, the conditions of the African people have not changed. We're talking of progress and democracy. And yet, those who were dispossessed, those who were exploited, are still facing the same reality. Not only them, their children, and yet those who are yet to be born are facing, Mr. Mayor, that blink uncertainty in their life. As we move, Mr. Mayor, you ought to be able in a position to say you measure the efficacy and efficiency of your previous administration so that you can set standards for your administration. How will you do that? You must ask yourself, this previous administration of the DA, has it eradicated racism? Has it eradicated illiteracy, starvation, malnutrition, and homelessness? Has it curtailed and eliminated alcoholism and drug addiction? Has it liberated women and children from violence and abuse? Has it eradicated underemployment and unemployment as a first step in eradicating poverty? If your answer there is no, as it is, you must clearly know that the legacy of apartheid still lives. Therefore, the struggle against apartheid, racism, racialism will not end and can never end until a just social order is established. Speaker, as the newly elected mayor, have alluded on the hopes of what he's going to do as we are going forward. Mr. Mayor, you will have to dismantle this system that perpetuates racial classification. The manner the services are provided by this city is based on the racial lines. Where you stay, you don't have any sewage down the street. Even if there is a pothole there, it takes less than an hour for that to be fixed. We're having a reality in Delft, Kailicha, Bontevel, Kwalanga.
Councillor?
Where we sit with sewage for more than a year. So we're saying as the PAC, dismantle that kind of a system. In closing, Speaker, to all of us, I hear you seem to agree with the ANC that there's a problem of corruption. Let it be clear to all of us. Corruption is not the cause of our problems. Corruption has made our situation worse. We already have a problem as a society. The corruption of this administration and administration elsewhere made that situation worse. Therefore, I call upon all of us here to put the interest of the African people first. Africa.
Thank you. Can I have Councillor Ahmad from Al Jamal and then Councillor Adams?
Thank you, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. Honorable Speaker, welcome back. To our new mayor, like most of these guys, I'm not a man of many words. However, what we heard from you today is what we heard the last 5 years, 3 times. I have to applaud the DA for writing a good speech. Every time the same mayor speaks the same stuff. This is the 3rd mayor we're having now with the same message. It unfortunately, we face with the same problems over and over. We heard by all the opposition parties, all the same things. You've made promises, Mr. Mayor, and we respect your promises. However, we as Al Jamaa, like as always, will keep you fully accountable for your speeches, being on media, wherever. We will be watching you, but we'll also assist wherever we can, as we did in the past. So if you look at accountability, transparency, and inclusivity, once you actually work with the opposition party, we are happy. Then we can say, yes, you're there. Respect of all cultures and religions, and does not overstep constitutional rights. You gave us a vague speech about crime. We would like to go in depth because this is one of our major crises within the Western Cape. We ask the Almighty to grant you understanding and consciousness to do what's right by every resident in the Western Cape. The promises made, may we fulfill those promises and commence with those who has been negatively impacted for generations. We didn't hear much about education, Honourable Mayor, so we know liberation is what we all need, so we will assist where we can. We say thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. And then this appears to be the last speaker, and we will move on.
I will agree with you, Speaker, if you will give me a priority before Councillor Adam and Sotashe in the next item.
Can you just please remind me who you are?
Councillor Bongani Makungwan of the UDM.
Sorry, thank you very much.
How are you doing today? Good afternoon, councillors. Congratulations, Mr. Mayor. Congratulations, Madam Speaker. I feel a little bit aggrieved, Madam Speaker, so I'm going to say it. If indeed that you did not see our hand up, we forgive you. We excuse you for it. But if you did, and you chose to ignore the CCC, I need you to know, Madam Speaker, that we are here at the behest of the voter, not the Democratic Alliance. That while we are in opposition, we are here to work together. We didn't come here to fight. We came here to get and to give. There is not a single party in this House that will receive everything that it wants. All of us need to make this admission. So, with regards to your speech, Mr. Mayor, and I want to ask my colleagues in opposition that we need to show a little bit more support towards our mayor. He is our mayor, and we should support him until he gives us a reason not to. And when he gives us that reason, then we should show him why we are opposition. But you spoke about the talent and the beauty of our beloved city, Mr. Mayor. I just need to extend that much of that talent and that beauty is suppressed by apartheid spatial planning and unjust bylaws. And most of this House has nothing to say about that. That you mentioned those who have gone before us, and I need to bring this up, because some, actually most of who have gone before us, have done this city so much of a disservice. I refer to creations such as Wolverine and Blikkiesdorp, crimes against humanity that this House is never going to speak unless one of us on this side of the floor is going to bring it up. You mentioned the shadows of the past, Mr. Mayor. I want to ask you with all due respect to please do not minimize the pain and the suffering we, the people of color, have had under apartheid. Because to us, apartheid is not a shadow. It is in actual fact a ball and a chain. It is a suffocating mechanism that strangles the life out of our communities. It is time we acknowledge this honestly so we can move forward. You mentioned our new journey. It is a collective one. Mr. Mayor, I would have to demand that we start this journey with an apology to the colored communities that have been struggled and strangled by this dispensation, and that we start implementing aggressive corrective action in order to make it better. You mentioned the 3 billion rand plus that will be spent on the poorest of the poor for basic services, and it sounds really impressive until we realize that it is in actual fact 5% of the city's budget. Mr. Mayor, our poor deserve better. They deserve more. I'm here to demand for more for the poor. Mr. Mayor, you gave an in-depth speech on crime in the city of Cape Town, but not once did you mention the 3,500 of our sons that we will lose. I take this as an admission from you that the city of Cape Town has no plan to fix this. That for the next 5 years, safety and security will simply blame national government. Mr. Mayor, if that is the case, then I move to suggest that you seriously consider we close down the Department of Safety and Security and we channel those funds elsewhere. Mr. Mayor, you gave credit to a young lady called Caroline, who I do not know. Hello, Caroline. Because of her efforts to preserve the Milnerton Lagoon. I ask you, Mr. Mayor, in all honesty, if you can tell us how long it took for that to be acknowledged and how long it took before action was implemented, because Strandfontein Pavilion, 27 years later, is still falling apart. I want to understand, Mr. Mayor, why the suburbs receive that type of response and that type of budget allocation, while the ghettos are dying for a lack of it. That said, Mr. Mayor, I'm impressed that a young man can seem so liberal. Please do not fail me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on, and I will acknowledge the UDM in the next process. We're going to call now for the election of an executive deputy mayor. I have one nomination. I presume we can go ahead, or are there other nominations? No? We have one from Al Jamar. Could you... We have another one coming. All right.
Just say another item postponed to the next council election.
Okay.
I said, don't wait for them.
Okay. Thank you. We have... All right, this is interesting. We have the nomination of Petronella Haynes, and then we have the nomination of Charlotte Haynes, who I presume is the same person. Well done. You've got two nominations, both proposed and seconded, and then we have the nomination of Councillor Eddie Andrews. So I'm going to ask that we lock and now proceed with the voting process. We're going to ring the bell. We're going to ask the press to just vacate for a few minutes, which might turn out to be a few more. Thank you. May proceed. Can I ask the councillors in the banqueting hall to take a seat, please?
Speaker, can you repeat the names of the candidates?
Certainly, Councillor. We have Councillor Haynes from the ANC and Councillor Eddie Andrews from the DA.
I'm on my knees. I am not listening. I'm going to get to think. Able to post again. I'll post again. I'll post again. Yabona ukuthi yamkhangela yamazi uthe xwaka na Facebook so justify le yenzileyo justify le yenzileyo.
Can we collect? Already collected in the banquet hall. Okay, the ballot papers from the banqueting hall can come straight up, please.
I thought if we could use interest story, they want the square meters of all the properties.
Have they sent us something? What have they sent?
No, it's online. How much does know what the square meters
Just
are?
guess. You're entitled to a few spelling mistakes.
It's nowhere on your bill. Your council bill.
It might be, isn't it?
No, I'm looking at it right now.
Thank you. You may now count.
Sorry.
Up there, yeah. She's your flippin' biggest fan. You and Angus. I said to her, Mom, you know that there's a world outside of Facebook. She's got those two. They are everywhere. They are everywhere. Just you and Angus, she tells me. You know, sometimes she says to me, Jordy, don't understand why we don't work as hard as Dion and Angus. She literally said that to me once. They literally said that to me. I said, yes. So you guys are doing something right.
Yeah, all right. Absolutely. Want ik het laatste, de laatste, dat ze in units afgevraagd wordt, blijven samen, wat was het? Een 19 jaar. Ik was samen nog niet meer en dan expect je goed afgebrand niet, dan morgen of morgen moet het zijn, het mag meer of maar, ja, als het moet goed gedaan worden. Om je goed daar is. En het lijkt me opvallend dat bij de die kool van die studieprogramma dat daar exact. Ik zie het.
Die ambulance,
Iya, ini ya. Ya, kan lemah itu nggak itu, oh,
Okay, settle down again, please. Ring the bell. Yeah, no. The media can come in if we can open the doors, please.
So although you announced there 225, there were 218 councillors had left the venues again. So
Smokers, okay. Councillors, there's an extraordinary thing. The smokers came back and we now have 218 councillors in the chamber, not the 225. So 218 ballot papers were collected. Spoiled ballots, we had 9. 22 abstentions. Councillor Haynes got 49 votes. And Councillor Eddie Andrews got 138 votes. I'd now like to formally ask Councillor Andrews to come forward to receive his cloak. Councillor Andrews, you're entitled to take your seat, but I'll call you up to have a brief opportunity to address the meeting.
Executive Mayor, aldermen, alderwomen, councillors, officials, distinguished guests, and members of the media. Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to convey my sincerest appreciation to God for his hand of protection upon my life. To my colleagues in council, friends and family for their well wishes, my children, Erin, Joel, and Jesse, and most importantly, the wife of my youth, Jackie, who's in the chamber today. Jackie, thank you so much for your unwavering love and support over the past 22 years in marriage. Without your unwavering support, I would not be able to fulfill the obligations of a public servant. Colleagues, it's important to me to thank my predecessor, Alderman Ian Nielsen, for his tenure as Deputy Mayor and for his firmness and dedication to the office that you held over the past period. You have most certainly handed over the baton in a much better condition in which you have received it. Thank you, Alderman Nielsen. Colleagues, holding public office does not only require firmness and dedication, but most importantly, to support each other in our collective pursuit to do more for the citizens of Cape Town. This level of support requires extreme discipline to focus on the desired outcome and to sustain traction to ensure we make progress possible together. The work that you and I have put up our hands to do cannot be done without having the necessary political and administrative support in place. We are in a unique position to do a lot more for the residents of Cape Town, which can be further enhanced if we continue with consistency in our conduct, clarity in our values, and confidence in our administration. This approach required certainty to stakeholders who live, play, and work in our beautiful city. During the coming 5 years, I look forward to working closely with every single one of you, my colleagues. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Makungwana.
Bakhona abayenza abanceda ngoku. Speaker, I'm not going to bore this meeting with a lot of greetings to all the other people, except to say you are all greeted by the United Democratic Movement through my mouth. Through your mouth. I have listened attentively to both the executive mayor and the deputy mayor when they were making their commitment. I have got only few things that I have identified. Firstly, I think the mayor's office has alluded to the fact that they are going to have walkabouts in all these areas of the city of Cape Town. As the UDM, we want to say the walkabouts will not bring any solution to the problems. But what will bring happiness to the faces of the people of the city of Cape Town is actual implementation and rectification of the status quo. I want to say to the mayor, on behalf of the UDM, who are saying safety and security is the priority. Because if the playing field is not leveled, the football that is supposed to be played smoothly in that field will not be played smoothly. In order for us as the city of Cape Town to attract investors, both locally and internationally, to come and invest their monies in the city of Cape Town, we need to get rid of crime. And it must be borne in mind that crime happening in St. Lawrence Pass, Danun, Samora Machel, Philippi, is crime happening in the city of Cape Town. We need, therefore, as the city of Cape Town, led by you, Councillor, Honorable Mayor, to make sure that we level the playing field and get rid of crime in the city of Cape Town, so that we can be able to bring hope to those people that are homeless, that are jobless, that are hungry, that good things are coming their way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we move on? All right, the next item on the agenda is C08, and that's been withdrawn.
Speaker.
We'll carry that forward. Councillor Mkwasi.
We wanted to say something as the ANC to the Deputy Mayor.
You want to say something to... Okay, can we keep it short, because we've overstepped the time completely, but certainly you can have a minute.
Because it's on the agenda, we are following it. I am going to be very short. Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to welcome and congratulate Eddie Andrews on his position being elected as the Deputy Mayor of the City of Cape Town. And I promise that we shall hold you accountable to the position that you hold. You have raised the issue of confidence into the administration, and I want to align that with accountability of the same administration, the position that you both hold with the mayor. You should be able to look at the issue of the irregular expenditures and wasteful expenditure within the city, starting with the fact that we received diaries as councillors of 2021 in November, that we are not sure what happened, where did the diaries stay in, who was given the tender for us to be given diaries for 1 month, because in December we're going for a recess. So that is something that has raised eyebrows. It needs to be looked at. And also, at least the DA has identified and proposed you, which you are coming from a constituency, which is Mitchell's Plain. You are having a background, you're having supporters there where you come from, unlike others within the chamber who are given positions without any constituency. We should applaud the DA for that. And we hope that you are going to look after the Cape Flats people, because they would be hoping for you to look after them with the position that you have, as the previous administration never looked to the Cape Flats in terms of service delivery. I'm sure you've heard all the issues about underground infrastructures and the budget that is skewed, which was of the railway line. So we are now saying to you, please look after the Cape Flats where you come from, and we, the community, will be working with you, and the ANC were committing to work hand in hand with you and the mayor as he committed while he was standing there. We'd like to say to you, congratulations and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we're moving on then to item C9, and that is the announcement of party whips. The parties have designated their whips and given us the names. I'm going to read them out. DA, Desiree Fasaki, ARA, Malcolm Jacobs, ANC, Councillor Makasi, ACDP, Deirdre De Vos, AIC, Councillor Ngumbulanga, Al-Jamar, Councillor Ahmad, CCC, Councillor Adams.
Speaker.
I will deal with you later. CIP, Councillor Miller, CMC, Yahya Adams, DI, Anwar Adams, EFF, Councillor Dambuza, Good, Mark Roundtree, Freedom Front Plus, Councillor Buta Rousseau, Patriotic Alliance, Councillor Sono, the PAC, Councillor Damani, the UDM, Councillor Gungwana, and the URM, Councillor De Beer. So that will be noted. Thank you very much. Then we move on to the item C10, which is the designation of full-time councillors.
Speaker, you said you're going to come back to me.
Sorry, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The agenda has item C8.
Yes, correct.
And we are now in item C9.
So, Councillor, you're getting a bit like Councillor Duani. You weren't paying attention.
No, Speaker. There's no Councillor Duani here. So you will talk to Councillor Duani in the previous term.
All right.
Now you're speaking to Councillor Dambuza, and I'm asking about C8. And as a councillor in the chamber, I have a right to ask.
Yes. Correct, but
yes.
We did say before that we were withdrawing that item and we will deal with it at the next meeting. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Speaker.
Yes.
You are withdrawing it on what grounds?
On the grounds that it doesn't need to be dealt with today. We will deal with it at the next meeting.
Why?
Well, we'll deal with that at the next meeting.
No, but you must be clear, Speaker, as to why are you withdrawing the item? The item is within the
Because it's not necessary to deal with it today, so we're withdrawing the item.
Why, Speaker?
Well, we'll explain later slowly. But at the moment, we're withdrawing the item.
Speaker.
Okay, Councillor, please, we're moving on now.
But Speaker,
we've adopted rules of order. We're moving on.
But the rules of order are allowing me to ask as to why is the item being withdrawn.
Okay, I've ruled. So now we're moving on. So the next item, as I said, is the designation of full-time councillors. That's item 10. We have a recommendation, and that is for noting. All right? We've got to adopt it. Okay. Can we agree to the recommendations on page 100 and 101? All right. Thank you very much. Then we move on to item 11, which is the system of delegations. And as explained earlier, those two will be amended, but we need them to be adopted today so that we have them to work from. Can we support that recommendation? Thank you. Item 12 is the establishment of the council's governance structures. The recommendations are on page 345. Are we all in agreement? Thank you. Then we move on to item 13, which is the delegation of functions to initiate the process to implement sub-councils, and the recommendation for the multi-party committee is on the recommendation in front of us. Can we move that? Thank you.
Speaker?
Councillor?
Yeah. Look, we want to raise a concern. I hope the mayor will apply his mind on this concern. Mr. Mayor, through you, Speaker, if you look at the time frame for public participation, it's a concern. And the 23rd of December, obviously, even those who would be around here in Cape Town, they are not going to pay much attention in terms of their active participation for the establishment of the sub-councils. Remember, the Municipal Systems Act is very clear in terms of sourcing the views of the communities in the affairs of council. So it seems to me now that we are doing the tick box, that we have advertised,
Councillor?
And obviously, Speaker, that will be also tested when we receive the comments, the responses from people, and we want to register that concern that the time frame is really concerning. Most of people by the 23rd of December won't pay much attention about the public participation. So let's review the time frame, even if we have to delay the establishment of the sub-councils, so that we allow people to participate in the affairs of the council.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the first multi-party task team meeting is again tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. So that concerns noted. We're moving on then to item 14, which is the language policy of the city. Can we adopt that, please? Thank you. Then the solemn affirmation by all members of council. No, wait. Council, a solemn affirmation document has been placed on your desks in front of you, and you are requested to sign them and leave them on the desk for collection afterwards. Obviously, the gazetted notice is confirmation that you are all councillors, but you need to submit the solemn affirmation document to the council. All right.
Sorry, Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, may I refuse to sign it?
Well, I don't want to discuss that here,
because it's the same as signing a pledge and then people violate the code of conduct in the elections.
So that is not on the table, okay? I'm asking you please to leave the signed document. Yeah, exactly. So then we will deal with that item and file all of those. Councillors, item 16 is the code of conduct for councillors. I want to point this one out to you, Councillor Adams. Please take note, as well as all other councillors. There is a code of conduct, and I hope that we never have to deal with any of you in terms of the code of conduct. Can we accept the code of conduct? Yes. Thank you. Then the next item is item 17, which is your declaration of interest. All councillors have to complete a declaration of interest, and that will be, you'll be helped through that process going forward. All agree? Thank you.
Speaker.
The next item, Councillor.
Just a clarity on the issue of the code of conduct for councillors. Does it also apply to you?
Absolutely.
Oh.
You can be the check. Thank you. Be careful we don't checkmate, yes. Okay. All right, so then item 18 is the proposed calendar of meetings. Can we accept this calendar of meetings? Thank you. And then there's the handover report to council. Item 19, councillors, please note that the report on the agenda refers to the memory stick that is to be issued, so you will all now be issued with that. It was included in the induction packs. And so when you open your induction pack, if you haven't yet, you will find it. Thank you.
Speaker, could I
And
raise
it is for noting. It doesn't need to be adopted. It is for noting.
Speaker, sorry.
I'm afraid I can't see who that...
Speaker, it's Mark. Hi.
Councillor Roundtree.
Yes,
welcome.
hi, thank you. Firstly, congratulations on your election, and to the Mayor and Deputy Mayor. On the flash drive that was handed out, there's an error or omission of some important information I think is relevant for council. On page 1352 of the handover report, the city officials have reported on housing delivery, on the number of new top structures and new service sites that were delivered in the 2019-2020 year. First of all, they indicated that this is a new item on the scorecard, which is not true. And they, in the report, in the last financial year, 2,738 top structures and 785 service sites are reported as being delivered. That's a total of 3,523 new opportunities. They say the city says that this is on or above target, and that's not true. The the target for last year was about 10,000, so it's about 2/3 below the delivery target. I think that report needs to be checked, and those figures please amended.
All right, we will have a look at that. Thank you, and correct it if necessary or respond if necessary.
Yeah, Speaker,
thank you, Councillor.
May I request, Speaker, because I think the colleague at the back is raising a very important issue. Now we note the handover of the report from the previous administration to the new administration, but we must put a rider that this report must be discussed by the new administration. Because if there are issues that are going to be confirmed by the new administration, yet those issues are not properly clarified, we'll have a problem.
All right, so
but we can note the
please go through those reports and then give us whatever comments you have accordingly. Thank you very much. Councillors, that brings us to the end of this meeting, which is our inaugural meeting. There will be another meeting in person on the 25th of November. Next week, well, I'm not sure what day, but next week, yes. It's Thursday, I think, Councillor. So I look forward to seeing you all then. Thank you, Councillors. You may be excused.
We